Nasepa Algeria, Costa Rica delegated to IAFRA Argentina, NAPSA Australia, IFUP Austria, SAPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina not present, CPSA Croatia not present, RMCA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia not present, EMU-PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland and TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France and PANS Nigeria delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany and FIV Spain delegated to BPHD Germany not present. No, they are present. PUPSA Hungary not present. ISMA Farsi Indonesia. IFSA Iran. IPST Iraq not present. ADAFARM Ivory Coast and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to ADAFARM Ivory Coast. APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, and ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal and FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SAP Shusufida Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, and Kufis Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan not present, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BP not present, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, and CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, and KIVSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe not present. We have 44 full members present and voting.
Can I please have a proposer to resume the standing orders? Proposed by NZAPSO New Zealand, seconded by LPSA Lebanon. All those against? Motion passed unanimously. I like your enthusiasm, KNPSV. We have YPSA, the delegate from YPSA Yemen online with us, so we will now finish off the applications for membership. Sorry, my apologies. Yesterday, in the previous GA sessions, we opened the floor for discussion. We received your questions. We have sent them to YPSA, and they have now answered them. So I will now forward the questions and answers to you all, and then we will proceed to close discussion and voting. The first question was, are you already an association, or will you be a formed association by the 1st of October? The answer was, yes, we are already an association that is approved by the faculty and the university. What is the extent of the decision-making of the executive board? The answer is, it's more of a managing process where the executive board implements the constitution of both IPSF and YPSA itself within the association's members. As for any other decisions related to YPSA, it will be made according to extended discussion between the executive board and the members if needed. The third question is, you only have 1 faculty and 50 students. How are you planning to grow and expand? The answer is, we are seeking other members from the university and from other universities to reach national in 1 or 2 years through promotion and introduction campaigns. In addition, we'll work on sponsored advertisements on our Facebook page explaining how to join us and how to benefit from YPSA Yemen. The last question is, how much time will it take to start doing SEP in your association? The answer is, right after joining IPSF, we will be contacting the Student Exchange Chairperson to start the process of having SEP in Yemen. Also, we will target different training programs to support SEP. So that finishes the questions and answers. So now we will proceed to closed discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off, all laptops and mobile phones turned off, and all doors guarded? Do I have confirmation that the live stream has been turned on? Thank you. I would like to congratulate YPSA Yemen as a new member in association of IPSF and welcome them to the Federation. And that concludes the applications for membership. So now we will move, that was a long list. Now we will go back to the elections for the IPSF Executive Committee for 2017-2018. We will now be doing the election of the chairperson of Media and Publications. We have received 2 nomination forms, Mr. Kennedy Odekonyanyero and Mr. Mohammed Hamdi. They are both online with us now. We are just trying to connect with them. Technical from NAPS Australia.
Jessica, NAPS Australia, there are 3 forms in our folder. Is that incorrect?
Yes, so we did receive 3 nomination forms. The nomination form belonging to Mr. Amjad. He was unfortunately not eligible for this position for first round, yeah. Clarification from CSED PSA Czech Republic.
Teresa, seated PSA Czech Republic. Can you maybe clarify how not eligible?
So to be eligible for first round applications, you have to have attended a General Assembly previously or have been in an IPSF team position. And he was in neither category. We seem to be having trouble connecting to both candidates for Media and Publications, so we will now move on to the election of the chairperson of Student Exchange. We have received 3 nomination forms for the election of the chairperson of Student Exchange, Mr. Amr Fathi Fayed, Mr. Roland Massad, and Ms. Safia Kagansel. Can I please invite the 2 delegates present onto the stage? We will have the speeches in the order that the nomination forms were received, starting with Mr. Fayed. A video was submitted.
Where we had training and research. It was also the first year where local association were participated in hosting. We also had the idea of CEPR in Perthland, which made CEP is more like a brand, not just a normal program, and this idea still exists till now. I was chosen at the Sale of the Month in December 2014, and during the World Congress in India, I was awarded as one of the best ACOs in IPSF. In 2015-2016, I became a member in the training subcommittee. In 2016-2017, I became a member in the student exchange committee. I can summarize my experience in CEP as a moving up stairs. I have been in CEP for 5 successive years. My experience in CEP is practical, not just theoretical, because I have passed through everything in CEP. Regarding my plan, I have goals and ideas to achieve these goals. The Quality Assurance Project is aiming to increase the quality of CEP through helping SEOs with knowing what they miss or what they can do more in order to increase the quality of CEP in their countries. Regarding the training program or the new training project, it's not just a training session, but it will be a long-term training including evaluation, task, practical exercises, and will be also a training for LAOs. Increasing the passion is very important because when you really love something, you will do your best in it, and we really need to work more on the passion. Promotion. In SAP, we are existing in more than 60 countries. We have more than 50 different spoken languages, and we also have more than 500 students who participate in SAP every year. So we need to make use of these strong points, and through the idea of I Love SAP video, we will make use of this point. I also have other ideas. For example, the visa manual, in order to decrease the chances of getting the visa reviewed. Also, CEP is experience which encourage students in going in CEP in other regions. Also, the SEOs League, which is a competition between SEOs. CEP Glory is an idea that we need to appreciate all members in CEP who really did an amazing job with CEP. And also the database tutorial, which is like an awareness about the new database and SAP. Finally, I would like to summarize myself in 4 words. Experience, skills related to my experience, plan, and finally, and the most important thing in my opinion, is passion. Because when you love something, you will do more than your best in it. And I really love SAP. Thank you so much.
We will now have a 3-minute speech by Mr. Roland Massad.
Good morning, official delegates, executive committee, and the other observers out there. My name is Roland Massad, and I am honored to be standing in front of you today and presenting my application. 2 years ago, I started my journey when I went to the World Congress in India as an official delegate. And that was right after I co-founded LPSA Lebanon, which started me on this journey which led me to this moment of my life. It first started when I was official delegate, the first one of my country, and I had to build SAP from scratch, block by block. After that, my dedication kept growing bigger and bigger, and I was elected LPSA president. During my mandate, my team and I worked on getting LPSA full membership, which was well deserved, and we got it in Zimbabwe. everything I've done with LPSA and IPSF, I've always had SEP in my heart, and that's why I joined this SEC committee last year. Now, my colleagues throughout the year have seen my leadership skills grow bigger and bigger. I'm intending to keep these leadership skills growing even bigger and utilizing them to have the SEC and the SEO leading them through a really good mandate. I do believe that a good leader should also know how to follow. And I also know that this position is really tough and does require a lot of time. And I do assure you that my time management skills are up to par. As last year, I did have two full-time jobs as well as being on the SEC committee. It did not keep me from meeting all the deadlines, going to and leading a lot of meetings, helping my SEC buddy as well as a lot of SEOs outside of my SEC buddy with a lot of their problems. Now, as you can see in my application, that I do have a lot of plans that are condensed, but with a lot of old ones that are going to be evolving this year, with many new ideas that are going to be implemented. I'm going to be focusing on decreasing the amount of unresponsive SEOs, as well as increasing the SEO skills by increasing the training. And I'll try as best as I can to keep the workload on the SEOs on the same level, or I'll try to decrease it if I can. And I'll increase the skills by increasing the training for the SEC as well, the committee, so they can help the SEOs to the best of their abilities. I also will be working very closely with Petra Orlik, the chairperson of last year, to make sure that none of her work and the work of the previous chairperson will go to waste, and make sure to have my ideas implemented as well. I also want to thank you for listening, and if you have any questions about student exchange, don't hesitate to ask me.
We will now have Ms. Safia Kagansel.
Good morning, dear General Assembly, dear participants, official delegates, and Executive Committee. My name is Safia Chansal, and I would like to thank you for having this opportunity to present my motivation to my application of Chairperson of Student Exchange. It is a great pleasure and honor. As you might have seen previously in the General Assembly, I have presented the full membership application to my association, and I am the founder of my association. And I was the first ever student exchange officer of Cyprus. And I have investigated and collected information, which then approached and almost finalized the hosts for the first step in Cyprus, even before getting the membership. My journey as the first ever IPSF student exchange officer of EMU-PSS Cyprus has officially started at 61st IPSF World Congress in Hyderabad, India, where I have recognized the very first educative and personally enriching program in all dimensions. Since then, my passion for SEP has increased as I took part in every aspect connected to SEP. As the SEO of Cyprus for 2 years and a member of the Student Exchange Committee for this year, I have, for this mandate, which I believe that was a great proof of my commitment and my skills, such as being committed to my position, being organized, having skills such as the project management and time management, being able to multitask, and leadership, additionally to my other team's feedback, as you can see also in my application. So I was the person in charge for the 65th anniversary of SEP, and where not only collection of ideas, but also execution and designing of the promotional materials have been done. In addition to that, I was also in charge of the application form reallocation project, where I have closely worked with Ms. Petra Orlic, the current chairperson of Student Exchange, and I have reviewed all the applications and given extra quota for the members who have applied. So, as a result of this application form reallocation project, last year, only 12 application forms have been used. But this year, because of our hard work, it has been increased to 62 application forms. Moreover, the reason actually why I ran for chairperson of student exchange is that I want to improve SAP as much as possible. I believe that there's always room for improvement, and I think that there's still more to be done. I would like to keep and sustain whatever has been done, the great work by the previous chairpersons. Not only that, but also, okay. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity.
I would like to thank them for their speeches. We will now open the floor for discussion. Please point all your numbers to Brian over there, just so he can see it and enter it into the system. Thank you. IPF Portugal.
Manuel Trinhas, IPF Portugal. Good morning. Thanks for the applications. I would like to ask about the future plans for the graduate placement project. Thank you.
The responses will start from Mr. Fayed, then Mr. Masad, then Ms. Charansel. Can we please have sound for Lucas's laptop? Thank you. We are experiencing a few technical difficulties, so we will get Mr. Fayed to type out his responses. So please bear with us. The response from Mr. Fayed. As it was clear in my nomination that I will be working on maintaining the stability and the smooth running of SEP projects, so after having the full details from Ms. Petra, we shall proceed on doing it. It's a good idea and we shall work on it. Clarification from IPF Portugal.
Okay, IPF Portugal, I don't believe that answers the question Manel made.
The question is about the graduate placement project, not about the SEP.
So the answer does refer, let me just repeat the answer. That I will be working on maintaining the stability and the smooth running of SEP projects, I assume including the graduate placement program. So after having the full details from Ms. Petra, we shall proceed on doing it. It's a good idea and we shall work on it. We will now have Mr. Massad.
With the graduate project being a brand new one and the guidelines being done this year, it's going to be, I'm going to say it's an important project, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge this year to do it, but it's definitely going to be implemented. The guidelines are there. We've been working on it for, Ms. Petra has been working on it for a while. So hopefully this year it'll be up and running and we'll follow the guidelines of what has been written before.
Yeah.
So basically, this project has been brought up 3 years ago by the previous chairperson of Student Exchange, and this year Ms. Petra Orlic has decided to work on it. And I believe that working closely with the chairperson of External Relations and also with our student exchange officers to approach to the pharmaceutical industries, we can actually create guidelines also and reach all the possible hosts and implement this project. I hope it has answered.
IPF Portugal.
Okay, IPF Portugal, thank you for your applications. My question is about how do you plan to increase SEP in countries that are not active, for example, in South America?
We will have Roland, followed by Safia, followed by Amr.
With countries that have low SAP, and that's usually because they have unresponsive SEOs or they probably don't have a lot of placements there. I do plan, as I said in my application, I am going to tackle the unresponsive SEOs to make sure that to increase that responsiveness and to make sure that these countries do have great SAPs, and I'm going to tell you that in Lebanon we do have an issue not with unresponsive SEOs, but the placement, because it's a country where in the Middle East where people are afraid to go there sometimes, and that's by increasing awareness of these countries, focusing on how great these countries are with their SAPs, promoting them with one of the SEC subcommittees is the promotion. So they will be working on that and making sure that these SEOs are aware that it's perfect how to promote your country so you can get better SAPs in your country.
In order to give the perfect answer for your question, can you please repeat your question? So not to miss anything.
Ricardo, Portugal, how do you plan to increase SEP in those countries that are less active, for example, South America countries?
Thank you for your question. So basically what we have done in this year, the past mandate, we have contacted for all the countries who were actually inactive due to the language restrictions. So what we can do is that to create the brochures in their own languages, like Spanish, and also contact to the other countries who are actually offering the placements that are having the language, not restriction, but availability as beneficial to be in Spanish. So we can direct them directly to those countries, such as like Peru or Argentina and etc. And for the new countries, actually, I would like to personally, if elected, reach them, approach them, and discuss and encourage them to join and have more placements. Thank you.
The response from Amr is, so through the Quality Assurance Project, I will be working on building a strong communication with SEOs. Also, through my plan to work on the internal motivation for SEOs, which is passion, because SEOs become inactive when they lose their passion. So I will be working on that through different ideas. PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. So first of all, thank you for your applications. And now I want to ask you, how would you solve the problem of CEOs that don't speak English? What is your idea? Thank you.
We will have Safia, followed by Amr, followed by Roland.
Thank you for your question. So basically what I previously experienced is that we had student exchange committee members that were eligible to speak more than one language, more than English. And also, we can actually contact to the regional chairpersons and we can ask for their assistance, as what we have done this mandate with the PARO chairperson. Yeah. Thank you.
technical from ANAP France.
Antoine France, is it possible to have the candidate not present here to be at the end of the question and answers, because we are wasting a lot of time waiting him for typing. So I know that you have to respect the order, etc. But we are wasting a lot of time, so I think we could switch him at the end every time. What do you think about it?
So because it is not, this is just a customary thing we do just to ensure fairness between the candidates. However, it's not actually stated in the official documents, so we don't need to propose a motion. We just need to get motion cards to see if you're okay with that. Before you put your motion cards up and any direct comments, what we have suggested to do is to rotate between the candidates that are present for fairness, and then he's just typing his response, so we will just do his last. Okay? So, direct comment from PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. Maybe before we will do motions card, we will just ask candidates if they are okay with this, because this is for their, I would say, fairness. Just yeah, as a point of courtesy. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. It will just take him a bit of time to respond. Can I assess the GA to see if they are okay with it as well? We will implement it for the time being. Okay. The response from Amrit for the previous question is the training project shall be working on developing the skills of SEOs. So we will take this into consideration in our training session. In addition to that, I have the idea of SEP, and then IRIT, which is like spirit series, which is going to be an interactive social activity between SEOs on our SEO group. It will include videos made by SEOs about culture exchange, topics related to SEP, although through the online meetings which we will have, this will give the chance for SEOs to speak and practice. IPSF Portugal, could you please repeat the question for one of our candidates. Was it IPSF? Sorry, it was PPSA Poland. My apologies.
Agata, PPSA Poland. So I asked, how would you solve a problem with CEOs that don't speak English? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, this year we did have a problem, and as every year, with mainly Spanish-speaking countries. That is a language that I don't speak. I can tell you that I can speak English is my third language, actually. Arabic is my first. French is my second. I will be attending every single meeting for SEOs that I place on my application. That's in my plan. I actually do have in my plan exactly when the meeting is going to be and how many meetings are going to be led. And I'll be attending every single one. I'll be making sure that all Arabic-speaking countries will know exactly what's happening, as well as the French-speaking ones. With the Spanish, since I don't speak Spanish, I will have definitely a couple people, not just one person, on the SEC committee that will be speaking Spanish, that will be helping in these meetings. This year we did have, I led a couple of meetings with students only speaking Spanish, and Petra did help out with translating.
Amr has agreed to the process, so this is what we'll be implementing from now on. Yeah. Can we please get a microphone to PPSA Poland?
Yeah, I'm just asking if the both candidates that are present are also okay with this solution.
They already agreed.
Okay, okay, sorry. Thank you.
Isma Farsi, Indonesia.
Thank you for the opportunity. Dwi Renita Isma First Indonesia. Could you tell us your opinion about what is the most important thing needs to be improved on SEP selection process this year? Thank you.
We will have Roland, followed by Safia, followed by Amr.
Just to clarify, you want to know what to improve in selecting students in your country to go out as outgoings.
I want to know what is your opinion, in this SEP selection, all of the process of SEP selection. You know that maybe some student, for example, like cancel their SEP, something like that.
So do you want to know both incoming and outgoing selections?
Yeah,
correct?
in your opinion,
Sounds
what
good.
should be improved to all of the SEO?
Sounds good. With I'm going to start with the incoming students, or I'm sorry, outgoing students. When you are selecting, we have talked before about the pre-selection process being a very important process to go through. This will, if you pre-select students from the beginning and make sure that they are 100% going, you can do a contract. We have discussed in meetings before many ideas like taking a deposit from them and only giving it back when they do go on SEP. That's for outgoing students, to ensure that they do go through your SEP. So pre-selection is very important. For incoming students, you have to make sure that first you are selecting students to come to your country when there's no visa issues, when these students, their applications, it's all in the application on the database, and make sure that these are the perfect students to come to you. And sometimes a lot of problems are the visa issues. So you have to make sure that way before you start telling the SEOs to apply to the visas, and make sure that these countries would be able to come to your country.
So thank you for your question. Basically, for the outgoing students, for the pre-selection process, in my plans, I have also included that I am actually planning to set up a guideline for that specifically, to ensure that each association is going to be setting and selecting the best possible students to send out, because in a way that they're actually representing their country and their association. And also for the incoming students, there is previously a set up list of how to manage incoming and outgoing students, and I would like to also update that document in order to ensure that the highest quality of SEP will be achieved. And for the cancellation procedure, this year we have faced a lot of problems with that, and I would like to focus on adding a point for specifically on cancellation in the waiver of liability. So whenever the students are going to be applying for SEP, and whenever they're signing the waiver of liability. So in a way, they're going to be actually aware of this process, and we're going to be minimizing to the lowest point the cancellation. Thank you.
The response from Amar is, okay, in my opinion, the most important things are the flexibility of students, students who go for SEP, mostly looking for high expectations. So when they can't have the first preference, they retreat. So we really need to work on this part. We have now concluded 7 minutes of open discussion time. I have taken into consideration the waiting time. We do actually pause it throughout. I have a comment from PPSA Poland.
Agata PPSA Poland. So I would like to propose to extend the time of by another 14 minutes based on the speaker list. Thank you.
You want to make it at just 15 minutes straight up? Yeah, okay. 15 minutes proposed by PPSA Poland, seconded by KNPSV Netherlands. All those against? Motion passed. JPSA Jordan?
Bilal, JPSA, thank you for your great applications. Since the three of you have been members of Student Exchange Committee, how do you evaluate your work as SEC members? And I would appreciate if your answer is supported by number and or quality of your tasks done. Thank you.
Safia, followed by Roland.
Thank you for your question, Bilal. So basically, I was mainly as part of the SEP promotion team. However, not only that team specifically, but also I have been actively working and involved in all of the teams, and like whenever needed, I was giving my feedback and comment on every single aspect and topic that has been discussed and implemented. As part of the SEC body group, I not only with my SEC buddies, but also the other student exchange officers that were as part of the other SEC members teams. Whenever they have contacted me, I was all the way giving my response and suggestions and recommendations for them to improve and reach to the best quality of SEP. And moreover, as I have mentioned in my motivation. I was the only person actually in charge of the AFRP, the Application for Reallocation project, which has actually like 5 times approximately improved since last year. And
Sorry,
the student exchange
I will have
program.
to cut you off there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. So being on the SEC, I was more on the management team, and I was doing things behind the scene, as well as attending a lot of training SEO meetings. I led a lot of them, and if I wasn't able to lead them, I was doing a lot of minutes for these meetings. I've also done a lot of things with promotion as well, with counting for the SEP contest. I've done a lot of counting, so most of the stuff that I've done were a bit behind the scene with the management, as well as I've attended the in-person meeting in the beginning of the year where we went to Den Haag and we placed all the agenda for the entire year with a couple of the SEC members. With my SEC buddies, I have been every once in a while. I feel like it's all about motivation, and we all are so busy with our student lives. So I do feel like it's not a push, but more like a reminder every once in a while. Send me reports. Do you have any questions?
Sorry, I have to cut you off there. The response from Amr. 9 out of 10. I have done 100% of the tasks which I was appointed to. In regards to promotion, the idea of SEP friendship competition was mine. I was also working on counting the competition's results. Regarding the training, I was working on preparing training materials and giving sessions to SEOs. The first 3 SEOs of the month were from my team, who I was their SEC buddy. Clarification from JPSA Jordan.
Pilar, JPSA. I'm not sure it is a clarification, but can we get an approval from Petra that this was right?
But if Ms. Orlich would like to give a point of information.
Yes.
I also worked on, this is a continuation, I also worked on the SEP podcast, AFRP. ASEPA Algeria.
Anas, ASEPA Algeria. I would like to ask you, how would you decrease the SEO responsiveness and increase SEO communication, because it was like the main issue and it's repeated every year. Do you have any specific plan regarding this issue? And thank you for your application.
Can you please repeat the question?
My question is, do you have any specific plan to decrease SEO responsiveness and increase the communication among SEOs?
Okay, yep. Roland, followed by Safia.
Thank you for your question. For unresponsive SEOs, I mean, you said bring it down to 0. This is it's almost impossible to bring it down 100% to zero. But what my plan is to make sure that from the beginning, because I do feel like most of the time on the unresponsive SEOs are due to lack of knowledge within IPSF, and then they're a bit scared of what's happening and they just get a bit overwhelmed. As I said, with the SEO training, I'll try to keep it at the same level of workload or decrease it a bit and make sure to take all the spam out of, because the CP this year, they took all the spam, they brought it down by 40% for their emails. And I think this is very important because a lot of SEOs are unresponsive because they see a lot of emails there and they don't know how to sort it out. So I feel like we need to do that and make sure to give them, tell them how to write emails, like I said in the SEO meeting here, that I will be giving a soft skill training on how to write emails and to make sure that the communication between the SEOs is perfect by writing emails and being professional.
Thank you for your question. As part of the CIR that I have attended this year during the World Congress, before the World Congress, I mean, sorry. So I am actually planning on implementing a coaching program and also to give trainings about how to write email and not to spam, as Roland has also mentioned. And also, as addition to the Student Exchange Committee members, the SEC buddies, I would like to also personally approach to all of the SEOs and encourage them all and motivate them. And in addition to the motivation, I would like to also have in the beginning of their mandate to have icebreaker sessions and like not the formal meetings, but informal, like spending time together to make them feel more connected to SEP and have the SEP spirit. Thank you.
Can I please have confirmation from the back that this laptop is connected to sound? The response is from So first, through the Quality Assuring project, which will be working on increasing the communication with SEOs, because the more we will work on communication, the less we will have inactive SEOs. Second, through the training project I will be working on, putting this into training materials. The third thing is through working on the internal motivation, which is increasing the passion. And I have ideas to increase the passion, including the SEP IRIT series, applying the appreciation concept through appreciating SEOs on their work, the SEP Glory idea, which opens the door for old SEOs to share their passion with the recent SEOs. I will also make a birthday calendar for the birthdays of SEOs, so we shall send them our best wishes on their birthdays. This shall increase passion, and in general, I cut myself off. APS Japan.
Coco from APS Japan. Thank you for your application and great presentation. I'd like to ask about time management because Petra always think time management is very important thing to be a chairperson of student exchange officer. So I'd like to ask how to do time management. Thank you.
Safia, followed by Roland.
Thank you, Coco, for your question. So basically, as I have stated previously, I was both the student exchange officer and the student exchange committee member at the same time. And I was in my last year of studies. So I was actually handling every single thing that I have mentioned at the same time, which I was not responsive. Like I didn't face any, or none of my SEC buddies, you can also ask for them, or any other SEO who has contacted me, that they had no unresponsiveness from me. I was always past responsive and giving the most efficient and recommendation and suggestions. So right now I am also graduate and registered pharmacist, and since January I have been dedicating myself to only for SEP, and I will be fully available and working only for SEP if elected. Thank you.
Roland?
Thank you for your question, Japan. So as I stated last year, I had 2 full-time jobs. That's working from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. and then working from 7 p.m. till 3 a.m. 4 times a day. And I still held a position on SEC. I met every single deadline. I helped all my SEOs with everything. I didn't have any problems being on SEC. Now next year I will not have these many jobs. I actually will only be doing rotations at a hospital from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. with nothing after that. As you said, Petra has the best time management, and that's where I learned all my time management skills.
Can I answer?
Yes.
Okay, so regarding my time management, actually my current situation is that I'm working as a pharmacist in a hospital. So I don't have to study, I don't have to do anything else besides working. So I just have to go to work at morning, and then the whole day I will be free. The other idea is that I'm online all the day. So for me, being online is also possible. Regarding the availability for traveling and all this, I'll be also available for traveling starting from next month. Regarding to my previous experience in time management, I have been a student exchange officer. I was responsible for running the project in Egypt. I was responsible for more than 30 local associations. I was responsible for more than 30 students. I had lots of work to do besides my own studies, and I also managed to work on this. So I have a brief experience in that. Besides that, I was a member in SEC, and all the tasks I have been appointed to, I had done, and I have met all the deadlines. So my previous experience in time management is shown that I am.
IPSA Malaysia.
Hilmi, my PSA Malaysia. As I know that some of the countries are having last-minute cancellations from SAP students, and sometimes it's very last minute, like 1 day or 2 days before their arrival. So how do you tackle this kind of problems as the chairperson? Thank you.
Roland, followed by Safia.
Thank you for your question. With having a short notice cancellation, we tried this year to replace as fast as we can so that country would not lose a person that would come in. It is very hard to do that with a short time notice. So what we can do is damage control by then to make sure that that student, if there's no real reason for them to cancel, visa issues or whatnot, then that student will not be allowed on SEP the next year, as well as the country will not lose a spot by making sure that in the database we do keep it as successful. In the end, we will make sure that do unsuccessful instead of, so they won't lose a spot. So no one would be losing anything here, except for the student.
Thank you for your question. Okay, so I have previously answered in Isma Farsi's question about this cancellation topic, but I can repeat it for you. So basically, for the waiver of liability that the outgoing students are signing it and accepting all the terms and conditions for going for SAP, so I would like to add a specific sentence to prevent all the cancellation. And so actually, in a way that whenever we're going to be adding that inside of the waiver of liability and they're going to be reading and signing, for sure, it will be a great boost that they're not going to be canceling it. However, over the past experiences, what we have done was that to replace the coming students, the canceling students, with the other possible outgoing students from other countries that were still looking for exchange placements. So we have directly forwarded them as part of AFRP or the AFRP hosts or other...
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So, first of all, okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a problem, and when you have a problem, instead we have a golden rule that saying that people are changing the problems or not. Instead, we have common problems, and this cancellation is a common problem. So in my plan, I'll be working on preventing this problem from happening before time. So at the beginning, in our training, we will recommend and SEOs that they should have criteria for selection based on flexibility. So the more there will be flexible students, the more there will be chances for having better SEP. Regarding the cancellation, if it happens, what we are going to do is that we are going to discuss SEO, the possible chances for having another student to come to this country. And if this not happened, we shall discuss, we shall know this.
Thank you. KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. Since we already had a lot of questions and time is going further, I would like to propose to close the floor for discussion.
A proposer, seconded by NZAPSO New Zealand. All those against? Motion passed. Okay, I would like to thank the candidates. Can we please get a scrutineer to take the candidates outside of the GA room? Sorry, scrutineers? Can we please, yep, thank you. Can we please have the live stream turned off? All laptops and mobile phones to be turned off? and all doors to be Do I have confirmation that the live stream has been turned on? Yep, thanks. I would like to congratulate Ms. Safia Kansel as the new chairperson of Student Exchange for 2017-2018. I would also like to thank the other two delegates, Mr. Fayad and Mr. Masad, for their applications and encourage them to reapply in the future. Thank you. We will now go to a tea break. So can I please have a proposer to suspend the standing orders, proposed by SAPSF South Africa, seconded by PPSA Poland. All against? Motion passed unanimously. I will now hand the microphone to AJ for the roll call. Please be seated.
ASEP Algeria, IF for Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IF for Argentina, NAPS Australia, AFIP Austria, SAPUN Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, and ARMSA Armenia delegated CPSA Croatia, EMU PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, Adafarm Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to Adafarm Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, and ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPF Portugal, and FAST for Romania delegated to OPF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHISA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, Kufis Qatar delegated SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
Lucas, Chairperson of Veterinary Relations. We have the members' posters outside. So be there to show your association for everyone. Thank you.
Can everyone please be back by 10 past 11? So 11:10. Thank you.
What happened? What happened? Did you sleep in? I just feel a little bit bad because I like pulled out some stuff, but yeah.
Sorry for. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. I can't.
Some sugar for the exco.
Who's coming?
Yeah, the afternoon is going to be all. I did. I asked that question. I internet this morning and I had to.
Can all official delegates please be seated? We are about to start the roll call. Okay, we will now begin the roll call.
ASEPA Algeria, IAFRA Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IAFRA Argentina, NAPSA Australia, AFUP Austria, SAPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, and ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMUPSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, IDAFARM Ivory Coast, TAPSA Tanzania delegated to IDAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, and FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHOSUSFIDA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, Kuvus Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe. 52 full members present and voting.
We will now proceed with the elections. We have the election of the Can I please have a proposer to resume the standing orders proposed by SOP Denmark, seconded by CPSA Croatia? All those against? Motion passed unanimously.
All the time now.
We will now proceed with the election of the chairperson of Media and Publications.
Hello, AJ. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We have received 2 nomination forms, one from Mr. Kennedy Odokonyere and the other one from Mr. Mohammed Hamdi. We have both of them online with us now.
Hello, can you
We're
hear
just
me?
trying to establish a connection. So we will now have the speeches from both candidates. Both of them have submitted a video, so we will start with Kennedy's, followed by Mohammed's.
I hope you're having a great time in Taiwan. My name is Kennedy Odokonyo, and I am running for the position of Chairperson of Media and Publication in the IPSF Executive Committee of 2017-2018. In this motivational video, I'll share with you my IPSF story and the new plans I have for the position of Chairperson of Media and Publication. My IPSF story began in Kigali, Rwanda in 2015 when I joined the 4th AFPS. I loved the symposium so much that after the event, I fell in love with the Federation. In the same year, I helped my association join IPSF. I've since served in IPSF as the IPSF contact person, as a member of the Interior Committee, and currently as the Regional Media and Publication Officer of IPSF Africa. I've also been privileged to attend several IPSF events, including the 5th AFPS in Mombasa, Kenya, the 62nd IPSF World Congress in Zimbabwe, and I was part also of the IPSF delegation in Nanjing, China, at the 9th National Forum for Pharmacists. Recently, I was in Kumasi, Ghana, for the 6th AFPS. My new plans for this position are in line with the 3-year strategic plan for the Federation. I've categorized them into 2 categories. One of them is strengthening the media presence of IPSF. The other one is in capacity development in media and publication. Under strengthening the IPSF presence, IPSF media presence, my plans include use of video for IPSF campaigns. Research has shown that audience tend to retain content when 50% more when it's used, when videos are used. The other idea is to boost our social media presence. This will be done mainly on Facebook to help reach out to more non-IPSF members to know about what IPSF is all about. The other idea is to open a Twitter account for the IPSF president. This will help link up the IPSF Executive Committee and the ordinary IPSF members. The other idea is to reactivate the LinkedIn account of IPSF, which has been quite inactive for quite some time. The other idea, which is very important, is for IPSF, for more presence of IPSF in mainstream media, such as TV and radio. This will be done in collaboration with the Chairperson of Media and Publication. So under capacity development, my plans include conducting training. This will mainly target the IPSF Association. They will be trained on areas such as graphic design, social media management, and website management. This is a win-win situation for IPSF. A good media and publication IPSF Association also help IPSF. The other idea under capacity development is to organize webinars for IPSF members. We'll cover topics such as use of media for advocacy. How can you use media or TV for advocate for the pharmacy profession? The other idea is use of guidelines. So I plan to develop guidelines to help reception committees in the World Congress and Symposium to help them in their marketing, branding, and general media and publication. Most of my other ideas can be found in my nomination form. I thank you for watching this video, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone, I am Mohammed Hamdi, honored to be candidate for IPSF Media and Publications Chairperson. Previously, I worked for IPSF as Emerald Regional Media and Publications Officer 2016-2017, Vice Marketing Chairperson of EMPS 2016 in Cairo. For EPSF Egypt, I worked as trainer in Media and Publications Committee and working group and held some positions in my local association. Last mandate as RMPO, I worked on improving the visual identity, updating the website, and launching the branding campaign, and more. About my skills, I'm working on Adobe products, Google Apps, and Microsoft Office. These are samples of my logo designs, and these are samples of my designs for Emro. Well, my plan for this mandate is starting with my vision for IPSF to be extra branded, extra professionalism, and unique identity. That leads us to my goals that are enhancing the visual identity using the branding strategies to reach our audience, increase social media impression and expression, building a new way of communication with the association's media and publications chairpersons, showing more online integration between the regions. Regarding the committees, as we know, we have branding committee, editorial and translation committee, and media committee. My communication will be with IPSF Exco, RMBOs that will be more productive, CBs, associations, media and publications as a new and easier way, with some commitment from myself first and media and publications committees that will ensure everything to be ready and on time. So we can get the evaluation and recommendations about our work as we will form and about the associations as media and publications report. In addition, archiving all soft copies on Google Drive, ensuring not to lose any data for easier handover. Okay, my branding strategy aims moving to next level of visual product quality and setting a new identity extension considering IPSF branding guidelines. For social media, I will work on verifying of some platforms, reaching the targeted audience, increasing the frequency of posts and the specialization of each platform in what it aims to. I will keep following with Typify company about the website and keep it updated in a regular basis, working on identifying the merchandise portfolio and publishing at least 2 publications. Moving to my main project, the branding campaign. It was initiated during my mandate in Emro. It was huge and resulted in stunning feedback. Hope you enjoyed its video. This mandate, I would like to expand it in a wider range in IPSF. My targets are activation the social media accounts, reaching the maximum target of our audience, increasing the awareness of our members about IPSF, showing all regions as integrated work. And these are my targets. And as you know, success in media and publications depends on how the former succeeded. So there will be an advisory board consists of the previous media and publications.
We have reached the end of 3 minutes. I would like to thank both candidates for their videos. We will now open the floor for discussion. KNAP's Korea. Sorry, 1 second before you begin. Yep, all yours.
Youngmin from KNS Korea. Thanks for the applying this position, and also I want to ask about the branding issues of the IPSF organizations. So according to the reports of the current media and publication officers, there's a very strict design templates and also branding identity of the IPSF organizations. So I want to ask both nominees about how you plan to develop the IPSF, the branding issues, because you still have very strict design rules, and so both the application forms I can see you have very passionate on the developing the brand of the IPSF, so I want to hear your plans.
So just to clarify your question, it is based on how you plan to improve the IPSF branding strategy. We will have Kennedy followed by Mohammed.
Uh, can you hear me? Okay, so how I plan to develop the IPSF branding strategy. I would like to inform you that we already have what we call IPSF branding book, which basically defines all the priority areas in the branding. That includes how our logo is managed, how we do social media, how we brand our different merchandise. So basically, what has been happening in the past mandate is try to expand and develop further that branding, that branding book. So how I plan to do that is to expand that branding book, and also branding book. That means we'll also have will include regional logos, because currently there are no regional logos in the branding book. We'll also bring in the social media guidelines that we already developed, and also we have editorial code. So all those will help in putting the IPSF brand up. Then also, as I mentioned in my my nomination form, uh, we plan to use booster posts on Facebook. That will mean more people able to see the IPSF brand, and that will increase.
Clarification from NUSPS Singapore.
重新建 USB Singapore. May I just clarify which speaker was that?
That was Kennedy. We will now have Mohammed's response.
Well, we know that we have IPSF branding book, so it contains all the guidelines, all the guidelines of the identity. So we can use this branding book for our branding. In my opinion, it's a way of branding of IPSF. So we have the free space in this branding book, in these guidelines, to be more creative, to create new ways for branding IPSF within and concerning the guidelines of IPSF branding book. We can't neglect that rules, that the way of branding us. So that's what I can do.
APF Portugal.
The Linhas APF Portugal. One of the main reasons mentioned yesterday about the partners' lack of interest was IPSF activities, weak visibility. How do you plan to change our communication style to avoid this and attract new partners?
We'll have Mohammed first, followed by Kennedy.
Okay, we can working on the SEO to increase our meta tags of IPSF. We can working on the identify our work as a unique entity to show how big of IPSF, how this structure, how it includes, how the association is working on. We can identify the work of the regions of all the regions that can show IPSF as one entity. I think that will be a good point for our partners to gain more partners. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's my turn to answer. Okay, thank you for the question. One way we can improve our partners' interest is to giving them space in our publications, in our website, social media. So we should create a strategy where every partner is given a specific space in our publication. So that means if you're producing a newsletter, we'll have space dedicated for our partner organization where they can, they can tell us how they are benefiting from us. We can give them space to, to write about themselves. I believe that's one way we can increase partners' interest. Thank you.
CPSA Croatia.
Dana, CPSA Croatia, first of all, thank you for your nomination. Since you may be handling a big department and every other department is depending on you, how will you motivate your committees and coordinators so that you can deliver your material on time? Thank you.
Have Kennedy followed by Mohammed.
Okay, how we'll motivate our team members? One of them is to set clearly the expectations at the beginning of the mandate and to give them the necessary skills and knowledge to understand how the portfolio works, how IPSF generally is run. So that's one way we'll keep the team members motivated. Secondly, communication is crucial. So after the beginning of the mandate, we'll be organizing bi-monthly meetings to keep in track of every task every team member is up to. Then also we'll use tools for reminders, tools such as Google Calendars and WhatsApp messages for informal communication. So I believe that will help motivate the media and publications team. Thank you.
Okay. Firstly, thank you for the question. Secondly, for generating social empowerment between the committees, between all the team, through the committees coordinators, and balancing the distribution of the tasks and giving the task to the most efficient one. So we can preset the tasks timeline to ease its prioritizing, and it's easy to beat timeline and to be ready on time. So we can use this and to use some online sessions, some social meetings to get some motivation for the committee.
We have reached the conclusion of 7 minutes open discussion time. So we will now move to closed discussion. But before I move on to your comments, can I please assess the GA to see whether you feel you have enough information to make a decision in terms of voting on the candidates? Red for no, green for yes. Because we are limited on time, so if you have enough information to proceed to voting. Yeah, okay. So I see majority no. IPF Portugal, did you still have a comment?
Okay, IPF Portugal, we are going to propose a motion to extend the time for questions.
By how many minutes?
7 minutes, because the speakers list is still quite
7 minutes, seconded by PPSA Portugal. All those against? PPSA, what did I say? Sorry, PPSA Poland. All those against? Motion passed. Yes. Annette France.
Antoine France. So first, thank you for your applications, both of you. My question is regarding the translation committee. As last year in Zimbabwe, we voted for the creation of this committee. I would like your input about the outcome of this committee and your analysis about how we can improve it and develop it. So thanks in advance.
We have Mohammed followed by Kennedy.
Okay, as I said in my plan, I will provide the translation for at least for the official 4 language of IPSF, English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. As also we can provide a translation for some policies for some publications that can target some audience in some regions with their language. We can working on increase the number of the editorial and translation committee to get our work in on time and get it easier to get a quality of work. Thank you.
We'll now have Kennedy.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the translation committee has fairly performed well in this mandate since it was the first time actually we're having a translation committee in IPSF. One thing that I think there was a language that they failed to find a translator that should either be Arabic or Spanish. So one way of improving it is try to make sure that we find people who are able to translate in all the languages, in the official IPSF languages. So, for example, in Arabic, we may need to try to motivate and talk to the CPs that are in those countries to get someone to help us translate. Then also, if we have publications that are tailored, for example, maybe for the French-speaking countries, we'll have to have the translation committee translate those content. Thank you.
Arpek Algeria.
Oussama Arpek, Algeria. I would like to ask both candidates about their opinion regarding the future plan of some applicants that were elected and soon to be, regarding creating an internal team for media and publication. How is that doable, and how is the relation between the media and publication portfolio and the internal media and publication team of different portfolios going to be? Thank you.
Sorry, but could you please repeat your question? Summarize it.
Okay. We've seen in the previous application for some already elected future executives that they are planning to create an internal team for media and publication. And my question is, what is the opinion of both candidates regarding that decision, and how is going to be the collaboration and with both. Is that clear?
Can we please clarify with IPREC Algeria that you want to know about the relationship between the chairperson and the internal media and publications committees? So, and also you want to gather their opinion on the formation of the committee as well?
Yes.
So both of those?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All the media and publication committees, or is there a specific one? Because there are different subcommittees.
No, not under the same portfolio at media publication. Both the future chairperson of Student Exchange mentioned that in the future plan, they are planning to create a media publication team for the Student Exchange portfolio.
We will have Kennedy followed by Mohammed.
I think it's a welcome idea really, because what we basically want is for the best of the federation, and if more people are willing to take up the work of of media and publication, that is a welcome idea. Of course, we'll be working together to share ideas and improve the publications, and also provide inputs and see where we can both improve in the publications. Thank you.
We'll now have Mohammed.
for some reasons. First, for improve the SIP project promotion and to get some creative ideas and to get it easier to promote this huge project in IPSF. This idea is very welcome. So we can create a new ideas. We can get some ways for extra branding of the SIP. We can merge between the branding campaign and the SIP for something. It's a good idea, and I hope it will be productive and good. Thank you.
Mupsa Uganda. Technical from IPSA Malaysia.
Okay, Hilmi, my PSA. I think after Usama is my OD, Murtada Mazil, but then his name just got cut off like that. All right. Can I get clarification?
Apologies. My PSA Malaysia.
Tada, my PSA Malaysia. So, as a media and publication officer, if you would like to redesign a website, what would you choose? Do it yourself, which takes a longer time but free of cost, or would you send it to a professional, which takes a shorter time but expensive? Thank you.
Because we already have the website all sorted, we already have a new website, this question isn't really relevant to this position at this stage. Yep, clarification from my PSA Malaysia.
Okay, this is just to evaluate their thinking for the post.
Okay. We will have Mohammed followed by Kennedy.
Okay, as a previous experience in Emro, we already improved and developed the website of Emro. I hope you all saw that and checked it out. It was great and get a great feedback from all the regions and our followers. So it's not a big difficult to improve or develop the website. It's a bit easier, I think, for me.
Now Kennedy.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think a professional would do a better job, because a professional is someone who has learned the design and has the necessary experience. So if we need the best quality in our websites, in my opinion, I think a professional would do a better job, as currently we are doing with the IPSF website. That's my opinion. Thank you.
We have now finished 7 minutes of discussion time. So we will now close the floor for discussion and proceed to close discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off, all laptops and mobile phones turned off, and all doors guarded? We are now disconnecting with both candidates now. I would like to congratulate Mr. Mohammed Hamdi as the new Chairperson of Media and Publications for 2017-2018. I would like to thank Mr. Kennedy Otto Coniero for his application and encourage him to reapply in the future. Lunch is scheduled for 12:15, which is right now, so we'll now go to lunch. Can I please have a proposer to suspend the standing orders? Proposed by LPSA Lebanon, seconded by KNPSV Netherlands. All those against? Motion passed unanimously. We will now have the roll call.
ASEPA Algeria, IAFRA Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IAFRA Argentina, NAPS Australia, AFAP Austria, SAPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, and ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMUPSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUBS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ANET France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ANET France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, Edifarm Ivory Coast, TAPSA Tanzania delegated to Edifarm Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPF Portugal, FASFA Romania delegated to OPF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSA Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, Shusisovita Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, Kufis Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIVSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
I just have an announcement from Mike, IPSF Treasurer.
Hello. We had a late start this morning for some people, so I have a couple late fees to announce. SAFPUM, Bosnia and Herzegovina, HOPSA Hungary, SPSF Sudan, yes, TPAYC Turkey, and ZPSA Zimbabwe. And from the other day, still looking for RPSA Rwanda. Need that 100 new Taiwanese dollars. Thank you.
Can everyone please return to the hall at 1:10? We will start at 1:15.
You have seen the past session that we had a commenting system. I hope that you like it, but some of you abuse it. So I changed the plan. We still have a place where you can do your comments, but now it's through Twitter. So please use the hashtag 63rd IPSFGA, and your tweet will appear in the screen for everyone. Thank you. I'm not the one who makes the screen appear, so if you guys can show, thank you. People in the back, can I make my screen appear of this computer? Awesome. So you can see there in the bottom. This is our test one. So your tweeters will appear here. Takes some seconds to come, but they will come eventually. Thank you.
ASEPA Algeria, IAFRA Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IAFRA Argentina, NAPSA Australia, AFUP Austria, SAFPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, ARMS Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMUPSS Cyprus, CCPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland and TUBS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ANEP France and PANS Nigeria delegated to ANEP France, BPHD Germany and FIF Spain delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, ADAFARM Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to ADAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, and ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, and FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHUSSFIDA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, and Kuvus Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSA Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe. Three. 51 full members present and voting.
Can I please have a proposer, technical from LPSA Lebanon?
Thank you, Ron LPSA Lebanon. I believe, didn't we give a vote to Ivory Coast and whatever country they delegated to and they were not on roll call?
Are you saying we gave a vote to Ivory Coast?
Yeah, they were not present on roll call, and I did hear Ivory Coast and whatever they were delegated vote to. That's all I'm saying. I might be wrong, but I just heard Ivory Coast.
Oh, we've got their votes here.
Thank you.
Can I please have a proposer for this to resume the standing orders? Proposed by KNPSV Netherlands, seconded by NZAPSO New Zealand. All those against? Motion passed unanimously. We will now proceed with the elections. We have the chairperson of Pharmacy Education. We've received one nomination form, Miss Louisa Sullivan. She is currently present with us right now. So can I please invite her onto the stage to present her speech?
Hello. First, I'd like to thank you for accepting my report yesterday. As you may have read in that report, one of the reasons I'm running for this position is because I'm finally beginning to feel comfortable in my role as chairperson of pharmacy education, just as the mandate is ending. I've spent the past 5 months trying to learn everything I can about the PE portfolio and what it takes to be on EXCO, and I'd really love the chance to put that knowledge to use during the next mandate. Instead of having a 3-month learning curve, I'll be able to hit the ground running. The other major reason I'm running for this position is that I'm truly passionate about pharmacy education. I know the world is becoming increasingly globalized and healthcare is rapidly changing. We as students and future pharmacists and pharmaceutical sciences can have a voice in the future of healthcare by advocating to improve our education. We all know that pharmacists are medication experts, but in talking to students from all over the world, it is clear that we have some very different experiences at schools of pharmacy globally. For example, some students don't feel that they get enough clinical experience through their curriculum. This might translate to an unmet healthcare need 10 years from now, when physicians are used to asking pharmacists about treatment options for complex clinical scenarios. To begin to address this, I have 3 major goals and ideas for the PE portfolio for the next mandate. First, I want to create workshops to assist students who see gaps in their curriculum and want to advocate for changes. Second, I want to work with other portfolios, namely CEP and external, to get the graduate placement program underway. This program would give recent graduates opportunities for paid internships in other countries, which will further broaden their perspective of global pharmacy. Finally, I hope to foster the development of the online Young Research Forum message boards that will become public later this month. This website will allow students from all around the world to communicate and collaborate on research that will add to the body of pharmacy knowledge. Thank you for your consideration.
I will now open the floor for discussion. My PSA Malaysia.
Hilmi, my PSA. So you will have a pharmacy education team, right, under you. So what will do to ensure effective communication between you and your team and amongst them so that they know what they are assigned to, what they need to do to make your portfolio a successful one? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So since beginning my time in this role, I've had monthly meetings with my portfolio members, and this has allowed me to figure out what they've been working on and kind of catch up with them and give them tasks for the following month. So that's been very effective. We also obviously communicate via email, and Google Calendar helps us set deadlines. So pretty straightforward, and it's been pretty successful.
NUSPS Singapore.
Chong Jingjian, NUSPS Singapore. So I see that you have been working with the PE team for some time. So can you share with us some of the challenges that you have faced and how you plan to overcome them during your mandate?
So I think, honestly, one of my biggest challenges was just trying to go from only working on pharmacy education advocacy for the first half of the mandate, which my role was the PE advocacy coordinator for the first about 6 months of the mandate, to actually understanding everything that PE does. So it was a major challenge to kind of figure out what is the role of the research committee, what's the role of the internship coordinator and the programming committee and so on and so forth. So I believe that now that I have a really good understanding of all of the different aspects of the PE portfolio and all of the different roles of the team members, I feel pretty confident that I can be successful.
ASAP Switzerland.
Victoria, ASAP Switzerland. I have a question about the workshops you mentioned. Do you want to realize them as webinars or workshops at a World Congress? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. So I was envisioning webinars to start, and if we get some good interest, I would really like to also do something live next year at World Congress. But we may even be able to collaborate with FIP on them because they seem really excited about getting students involved too. So.
APF Portugal.
IPSF Portugal. Thank you for your presentation. If I'm not mistaken, in Israel's report, you were saying that the structure of the World Congress needed to be rethinking and maybe to have a restructuration. This could lead, I don't know, maybe to an shortening of the educational part of the World Congress. What's your opinion about it?
So I don't believe I personally talked about that in my report, but definitely EXCO, we have talked about it quite a bit. And I believe that it would be okay to shorten the symposiums. We would just have to make sure that we have very dynamic speakers and then maybe move some of the speakers to workshops.
Are there any further questions or comments? If not, I will close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to close discussion. Thank you. Can I please Do I have confirmation of live stream? Yeah. I would like to congratulate Ms. Louisa Sullivan as the new IPSF Chairperson of Pharmacy Education for 2017-2018. We will now have the election of the Chairperson of Public Health. We have received one nomination from Ms. Jinan Gratas. We will now show the video from Ms. Ratas.
Taiwan delegation. Hello IPSF Taiwan delegation. I am Jinan Ghattas of IPSA Lebanon, and I want to share with you the passion I have for IPSF public health, and hence the desire to apply for the position of chairperson. IPSF gave me so many opportunities and chances to learn and develop, and I want to give back to IPSF by being on EXCO and cooperate with other EXCO members to what is the best for IPSF. I am willing to invest my leadership skills, time management, team working skills that I gained through my current position of Regional Project Officer in this portfolio. I believe in public health campaigns, in awareness, in voicing pharmacy students in World Health Assemblies, and in working towards new partnerships. To achieve this, I would divide my work on two levels, internally and externally. On the internal level, I want to work on smoother communication between contact persons, EXCO, and Public Health Committee. Get more feedback from associations and CPs to work out what is the best for IPSF members. I believe that public health is universal, but each region should adapt this portfolio according to its needs, according to the health issues they have in every region. Thus, I want to collaborate with regional project officers to improve public health portfolio regionally, as well as work on offering IPSF delegates spots in WHO regional meetings. I also want to work with pharmacy education and professional development chairpersons to come up with training programs and workshops suitable for this year's projects. On the external level, I believe that we as pharmacy students should advocate for what matters in public health. HIV, ending polio, hepatitis, healthcare in danger, fighting falsified medicine. I want to work on improving our partnership with WHO by working on statements throughout the year and improving IPSF representation during the World Health Assembly. We live in a time where we always look for new partnerships and new opportunities. I want to work on sustaining the partnerships we already have and work alongside EXCO on new partnerships with student and professional associations. Finally, Chairperson of Public Health is not a position I waited my turn to apply. I waited till I am ready to give my all for this position. Next year, I will move to Europe to follow my passion for public health. Once again, apologies I cannot be with you physically. Lots of love from Lebanon.
I will now open the floor for discussion. BEMF USD Indonesia. Sorry, before you begin, can we... Yep.
Melody BMF USD Indonesia. As we see on the nomination form, I see that there is the collaboration between AMRO and also the WHO. So can you please explain more about the collaboration between AMRO and also WHO for this year? Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute.
Go.
So the partnership we had with WHO AMRO was for the HIV awareness campaign that took place in December. I attended a WebEx session with WHO AMRO and to come up with a common plan for the to raise awareness about dealing with the HIV and being treated with dignity when you have HIV. And after that, we got this plan to be an inter-regional project done among all the regions in IPSF. After that, because it was very successful, we had to meet with WHO AMRO and to plan for future partnerships in the Department of Hepatitis and HIV.
Christopher Observer.
Christopher from PSA Taiwan. Since this year you are the RPO, I would like to ask that how do you collaborate with RPO in the future?
Okay, so the first plan would be, as we have common IPSF projects, it would be to personalize each IPSF project to each region, simply by start and having statistics about this region, getting the information from WHO and trusted resource, sharing with the members of this region, and then getting the feedback from the association to know how to follow up on further projects through surveys, form, and regular meetings with RPOs.
The last part was, and chairpersons of each region. CPSA Croatia.
Eva, CPSA Croatia. Thank you for your application. I wanted to ask, what projects are you planning to implement on national level?
National or international?
International.
International, of course. So, first, since I started my experience with being a regional RPO and I want to expand it to be international, and after going through all the partnerships we have, I would like to focus especially on two recent partnerships that are the healthcare endanger, and we have with the ICRC, especially after I attended the workshop done by Mr. Sabrin during the last EMPS. It was the kickoff of this campaign, and also the Non-Communicable Disease Alliance, as it is also a focal point during WHA, since when I attended WHA 2 years ago, it was dementia, for example, obesity in kids was a point of focus. So we need to work towards these partnerships, especially to sustain them and develop them throughout this mandate. And of course, with other humanitarian campaigns, such as the Vampire Cup and
Isma Farsi, Indonesia. And CPSA Croatia, sorry.
Dana, CPSA Croatia. First of all, thank you for your nomination. I would just like to ask you, how available will you be throughout the year for your position? Thank you.
Okay, yes, I will be fully available because I'm just moving to Europe, so I'll be available to travel, especially for the EB sessions, WHA sessions, and all the exact meetings, as well as I already talked with previous chairpersons, with Ms. Barbara, Ms. Sabrin, to evaluate the time needed for this position, and I believe that I have time to give it all my all.
Isma Farsi, Indonesia.
Ruzika Isma Farsi. I want to know how would you do to improve the CP's participation to do the PH project for the next mandate? Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How would you do to improve the CP's participation to do the PH projects for the next mandate?
Okay, so I'm planning to restructure a little bit a committee planned and organized by Ms. Sabrin by adding a committee for logistics, and this committee will be responsible for following up with CBs, getting feedback and preparing for surveys to get feedback and know what are the campaigns they want to do. And I believe whenever we do the campaign, the associations and CBs wants to do, then we will have definitely a bigger participation rate in the campaign.
HMF APITP Indonesia.
Daniel, HMF IPITB Indonesia. First of all, I would like to say congratulations for your speech. In your application, you say that you are going to have a more innovative campaign regarding healthcare endangerment project and non-communicable disease. I would like to ask what kind of innovative campaigns you had in your mind right now? Well, rough ideas only is fine. Thank you.
What are campaigns planned? So, as I already mentioned, I'm planning to focus more on the non-communicable disease and healthcare in danger through workshops, online workshops, through webinars and through campaigns that can be done in associations, locally and regionally, as we are very concerned about these two topics. Of IPSF members are already on humanitarian missions, and we can have a direct effect on that. So it will be raising awareness mainly about these two. Also, HIV and hepatitis, as we already stepped in a partnership with WHO, and we can expand it, as well as patient safety and having a better relation at the WA, which will be under the advocacy program, and that would be by trying to increase the spots of IPSF presentation during WHO regional meetings.
We have now reached 7 minutes of open discussion time, so I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will proceed to close discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off, all laptops and mobile phones to be turned off, and all doors to be guarded? We are now disconnecting from the candidate. Do I have confirmation of live stream? Okay. I would like to thank Ms. Jinan Gatas for her application this year. However, unfortunately, she has not been elected as the chairperson of Public Health. However, we would encourage her to reapply again in the future. Thank you. We will now have the election of the chairperson of the African Regional Office. We have received one nomination from Mr. Jacob Enchil. We have received a video, so we will now present his speech.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Jacob Enchol, and here I'm like to seek your confirmation for the African Regional Office of IPSF. First of all, I'd like to apologize for not being present at the World Congress. I was the chairperson of the African Pharmaceutical Symposium, So before the symposium, I couldn't get time to do my attachments, and I really need to do that attachment if I can go to the set year. And I'm a student of Kwame University of Science and Technology, and through my set year. And I've chaired four committees, co-chaired and chaired 4 committees, which has brought me a lot of experience in IPSF, student organizations. I'm the co-chair, as you can see from my nomination forms, I'm the co-chair of I was the co-chair of the College of Health Science, which included like 9 faculties. So it was a very broad one, College of Health Science, International Relations Committee. And also the chairperson of the African Pharmaceutical Symposium. I've been a CP for 1 year, contact person to IPSF for GPSA for 1 year. I've also been the SEO for GPSA for 2 years. It has really, really brought me experience, and I've served on all platforms of IPSF apart from the ESCO platform. And I would like to seek a confirmation. And my policy, to go to my policies, first of all, I would like to set goals, monthly goals, and for CPs and SEOs. These monthly goals will, even if the CPs and SEOs are able to achieve 70% of these monthly goals, in total, we look at the broader picture of a year, the monthly goals will be very, very effective. And to this will radiate positivity amongst CPs and SEO. In their first month, I would like to organize a webinar for them, a webinar online where I will train them together with my regional working group, we'll train them for a month to get them ready, prepared for the work ahead. I would like to also pay friendly visits online to all association executives. We'll draw a time schedule where we would like to know what the challenges, why they are not implementing IPSF activities. You know, sometimes we just sit back and leave the associations to do what to go around on their own. No one contacts them apart from the CP who may contact you. I'd like to meet all the executives of all associations in Afro and like to talk to them. If possibly, we'll have 2 meetings per association in a year. I also would like to introduce the mock presentations for new members who would like to join the IPSF. So the mock presentations will help. Bring down the burden and also let them prepare well for their GA presentation. This mock presentation will be done at the Regional Assembly of next year, in the Regional Assembly where we'll try and scrutinize their process. It's just a mock presentation, it's not like we are confirming them. So the GA has the final right to do that. And also I would like to introduce the campaign, combined campaigns with activities in other regions such as Emo. They are very close to us, but we've never had a joint campaign with them before. So I'd like to introduce some joint campaigns and other stuff with them. With these, I would like to hope the General Assembly confirms me. Thank you.
I would now like to open the floor for discussion. I see no comments or questions, so I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to closed voting. Closed discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off? All laptops and mobile phones. and all doors unlocked. Do I have confirmation of live stream? Yep. I would like to congratulate Mr. Jacob Ensure as the new IPSF Chairperson of the African Regional Office for 2017-2018. We will now have the election of the Chairperson of the Asia Pacific Regional Office. We will now present her video.
All official delegates and executive committee, my name is Waranduling Vidiyakul, or you can call me Kimi for short. My first motivation to join this IPSF airport is to gain experience for myself. However, after I committing to this organization for 4 years, I'm still here because of my friends, my fellow regional working groups, and my fellow official delegates from each associations. Having held in various positions in IPSF, I have accumulated many successes, failures, and problems, and gained many valuable experiences. This would be beneficial for the next coming year of April, not only to continue the previous project or assisting the preparation of regional events, but also with my 3 new initiatives to the organizations. First, I would like IPSF April to able to take part in each association member annual meeting, not only to promote the organization, but to conduct a workshop about pharmacy or leadership skills. I believe that it would be beneficial for pharmacy students to learn not only in academic but also their and also practice in their soft skills. This would draw out the confidence and competency of pharmacy students. Second, sourcing of sponsorship and partnership. I would like to focus on branding of IPSF and IPSF April. I wish to emphasize the strength in campaign and clinical competition, then advertises into external company and organization. That's my approach for the partnership. I also want to introduce the performance report with the key performance indicator, which is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectiveness our organization is. So this document would be valuable to serving the demands of our future sponsorship and partnership. Moreover, I will be an ambassador of April on the international stage in IPSF, bonding the relationship by creating the regional and interregional project. acting as an intermediary between IPRO and IPSF, closing the gap on information and collaborations. Also, working together with IPSF executive to deliver the project and vision into the regional level. All official delegates, we didn't come this far to only come this far. I believe IPSF can go further and become one of the strongest organizations. I wish all of you will have the same passion as I had and ready to enjoy this journey together. Thank you very much.
I will now open the floor for discussion. I see no comments or questions, so I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to close discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off? All laptops and mobile phones to be turned off and all doors guarded. We have now disconnected from the candidate. Do I have confirmation of live stream? Yep. I would like to congratulate Ms. Waranyu Kimi Lengwiriakul as the new IPSF chairperson of the Asia Pacific Regional Office for 2017-2018. We will now have the election of the chairperson of the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office.
Hello. Hello everyone, I'm Aya Jamal from FPSA Sudan, freshly graduated and now I'm doing my internship at the International.
From the back, can we get the sound increased by any chance? Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Aya Jamal from FPSA Sudan, freshly graduated and now I'm doing my internship at the International Health Office, Federal Ministry of Health Sudan. And it's a perfect match for what I used to do before, which is advocating for the public health issues and health in all policies. First, I would like to deeply apologize for not being there with you all at the assembly, but I'm quite sure that you are having a very productive one, since this year has been full of a lot of great policies without exceptions. As you can see, I'm applying for the chairperson position for this mandate, and it's been always overwhelming to go through this election and this evaluation process, but I'm ready and excited to become accountable of all what this job requires. My real work in EMRO started by serving as the contact person for my association FPSA Sudan, and I've managed to conclude the mandate successfully by winning the award for the best contact person in the region. And then I served as the regional relation officer for the region afterwards, and also this year I got the chance to be part of the IPSF World Health Assembly delegation in Geneva, and it's been a great opportunity for me to meet health officials and health actors who participated brilliantly on the implementation of the global health policies, implementation of global health diplomacy. And I also got the chance to learn a lot about their work strategies, starting from the human resources infrastructures and moving to the community orientation and policies implementation, which can be easily implemented here in the region on the youth level. My work concentrated on both the internal and external communication, which I believe are the focal point of EMRO work, but I also do believe that EMRO has already reached its maximum point of orientation and collaboration among its members. But the key factor here is the engagement of these youth activists in the global health policies and global health diplomacy, and we can reach this point by approaching partners and alliances who work in the health sectors and who are willing to offer their services for the youth in order to make them more engaged in this field. One of the initiations that I've been working on previously was launching of the first international WHO simulation model, and this year I got the chance to attend one in Taiwan organized by FMSA Association, and it's been a great success and a good opportunity to learn about this project and how to implement it here in the region. Also, I believe that meeting a lot of health activists during the WHA gave me the chance to be more involved in this public health field and how to advocate for it and how to launch it here in the region. I would like to conclude by saying that chairperson is not only about collaboration or guiding or even communication. These are important things in the position, but I also do believe that it's more focused on putting the right policies on the right place and start to work from that point. And I'm ready and excited to take on this responsibility and to all what comes to it. I've tried to highlight some of the plans in the application form, so I hope that you get the chance to go through it. And since the time is restricted to me, I would definitely appreciate any type of questions from your side for more clarification. Thank you so much.
I will now open the floor for discussion. I see no comments or questions, so I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to close discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off? All doors guarded and all laptops and mobile phones to be turned off. We have now disconnected from the candidate. Do I have confirmation of live stream? Thank you. I would like to congratulate Ms. Aya Jamal as the new IPSF chairperson of the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office for 2017-2018. We will now have the election of the chairperson of the European Regional Office. Can I please invite the candidate onto the stage? We have received one nomination form from Ms. Agata Gorska.
Okay, thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Dear Executive Committee, dear official delegates, dear observers. So at the beginning, I would very much like to thank Regional Assembly for accepting my application. And I would like to shortly introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. My name is Agata Gorska, and I was the contact person for Polish organization for the past 2 years. And those of you who were CPs at the time might know that I was one of the most active CPs last mandate. And regarding my future plans, you received my application. I think I detailed quite nicely what I'm planning to do in the next mandate. And now I just want to speak about 3 key points that I believe are the most important for a European region next mandate. So the very first thing is that I want to establish a stable financial support for our region by applying for different grants and by contacting potential European sponsors. The second thing is that I want to establish key performance indicators for for RWG members so that we can see through the whole mandate if we are going to the right direction. The third thing is that this is actually the outcome of our regional assembly that we had 2 days ago. I want to ensure that the regional assembly that we will have separately to the World Congress will be organized in the best quality possible. And I want to do it basically by staying in the contact with the chairperson of this regional assembly. And at the end, I just want to highlight that I want to dedicate myself fully to this position. And that's why, if elected, I will take a year off from my university. And thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer any question that might be raised by you. Thank you.
I will now open the floor for discussion. I see no comments or questions, so I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to closed voting. Can I please have the live stream turned off, or laptops and mobile phones to be turned off? And can I please have a scrutineer escort the candidate outside? All doors to be guarded as well. All doors can be unlocked. Can we please have a scrutineer bring the candidate back into the GA room? I have confirmation of live stream. Thank you. I would like to congratulate Ms. Agata Gorska as the European Regional Office for 2017-2018. We will now have the election of the chairperson of the Pan American Regional Office. We have one candidate, Mr. Matthew Hung. We will now show you his video.
Hello, IPSF official delegates in Taipei, Taiwan. For those who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, my name is Matt. I'm currently a fourth-year pharmacy student from Montreal, Canada, and I'm the current secretary of the IPSF Pan American Regional Office. I'm speaking to you today to show you why I think I possess the experience, motivation, and determination to be elected as your incoming chairperson of the Pan American Regional Office. So my relationship with IPSF started approximately 2 years ago when I was appointed as member of the PARO Public Health Subcommittee and member of the PARO Membership Promotion Subcommittee. There I was able to get my first contact with IPSF and learn a little bit more about our federation, and where I was able to work on a variety of projects. That same year, I was appointed as Regional Media and Publications Officer, where in a span of around 4 to 5 months, I was able to provide timely updates and regular content on our Facebook page and on our official website. And I was also able to develop the third edition of our IPSF Power newsletter. Following that year, in the year that we are in now, I was elected as secretary, where I get to work closely with Jessica, the current chairperson of IPSF PARO, and with the other regional working group members on all of our projects and campaigns. I'm able to encounter how we communicate with CPs, how we promote our activities and how we schedule our projects and our campaigns. And that extensive knowledge, accompanied with my experience in the various portfolios of PARO, so public health, regional relations, media and publications, and secretary work, has provided me with a very good understanding of IPSF PARO, of what goes on, of how things are supposed to be, but most importantly has provided me with good insight on several of the issues that we face, some of the challenges, and the areas for improvement for the future. So these are things I'd like to tackle in my next mandate. Specifically, I'd like to work on increasing CP involvement, specifically from the Pan-American membership associations, to see what issues they're having and how we can improve and increase their activity. I'd also like to work on the regional office. One of the projects I'm running right now as secretary is to improve our subcommittees. So that goes along the lines to improving the composition within a regional office. And finally, to strengthening partnerships that we already have within IPSF and within PARO, and potentially looking for other ones as well. So thank you for your attention. Muchas gracias, merci beaucoup, and I remain available to answer any of your questions. Take care, bye-bye.
I will now open the floor for discussion. I see no comments or questions, so I now close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to close discussion. Can I please have the live stream turned off? All laptops and mobile phones to be turned off, and all doors to be guarded. mobile phones can be turned on. Do I have confirmation of live stream? Yep. Okay, I would like to congratulate Mr. Matthew Hong as the new IPSF chairperson of the Pan American Regional Office for 2017-2018. And that concludes the elections, or first round elections. So AJ will now send out the second call for the following IPSF Executive Committee positions. IPSF Treasurer, the Chairperson of Public Health, and Chairperson of External Relations. So this call will be sent out during the tea break. We will now go to tea break because it is ready outside. So can I please have lost what I was going to say. Someone to propose to suspend the standing orders, proposed by NZAPSO New Zealand, seconded by KNPSV Netherlands. All those against? Motion passed unanimously. We will now have the roll call.
ASEP Algeria, IF Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica, delegated to IF Argentina, NAPS Australia, AFIP Austria, SAFPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, ARMSA Armenia, delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMU PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, KPSS Kuwait, delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland and TUPS Estonia, delegated to FIPSA Finland, ONEP France, PANS Nigeria, delegated to ONEP France, BPHD Germany, FIF Spain, delegated to BPHD Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, ADAFARM Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania, delegated to ADAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, NZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, FAST for Romania, delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana, delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHSFIDA Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, KUFIS Qatar, delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSI Canada, delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIPSA Kenya, delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
We will start at 3:45 sharp, so please make sure you're here by 3:42. Thanks. About to start the roll call.
Okay, scrutineers, are we ready? Yakub. ASEP Algeria, AFRA Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IFRA Argentina, NAPS Australia, AFAP Austria, SAFPUM Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, and ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMUPSS Cyprus, CCPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, and KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia, and delegated to FIPSA Finland. ANEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ANEP France, BPHG Germany, and FIF Spain delegated to BPHG Germany, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, ADAFARM Ivory Coast, and TAPSA Tanzania delegated to ADAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, and ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, and PASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, and GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHUSA Civita Slovenia, SAPSF South Africa, SPSF Sudan, KUFIS Qatar delegated to SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, and CAPSA Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, CPSA Zimbabwe, KIFSA Kenya delegated to CPSA Zimbabwe.
Scrutiny? No, BPHD wasn't there. He was there.
54 members present and voting.
Can I please have a proposer to resume the standing orders? Proposed by NAPS Australia, seconded by SAPSF South Africa. All those against? Motion passed unanimously. Okay, so we will now move on to motion 45. So you all have access to the report in your General Assembly Congress folder. So I will now open the floor for discussion. Can I confirm from the official delegates, green if you have already read and seen the report and you know what I'm talking about? Red for no. This is the auditing committee report. Technical from KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. Where can we find the report? Okay.
So apologies from AJ, it wasn't uploaded into the Congress folder. It is a one-page report, so we're just going to show it to you now. Confusion. Technical from APHA ASP United States of America.
Andrew, APHA ASP USA. It's in the folder under Report of the Auditing Committee 2016.
So if you go into EXCO and Team Reports folder, then go into the Team Reports folder, you'll find it named Report of the Auditing Committee for 2016. Thank you. So I will now open the floor for discussion. I see no comments or questions, so I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. Motion 45 reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the report of the Auditing Committee for 2016-2017. Those against, please raise your voting card. Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. Similarly, with this particular motion, the financial report is already in the General Assembly folder, so I will now open the floor for discussion. I see no comments or questions, so I will now... APF Portugal, followed by IF for Argentina.
Raquel, IPF Portugal. Thank you, Mike, for your report. My question is about the expenses in the executive meetings. In Executive Meeting 1, 2016, it was spent 3,300 euros for 10 executive committee members, and in Executive Meeting 2, 2017, for only 6 executive committee members, 4,225. Can you maybe explain us this big difference?
Thank you for your question. With regards to that, there is a breakdown of how we allocate the reimbursements. It's a proportional amount based on the traditional and expected attendance of EXCO. So in past history, you often get a higher attendance of EXCO at EM2 and EM3 than you do at EM1. So we tend to allocate less funds to EM1 than EM2 and 3, especially for EM3, since it's so vital to have as many executive committees members present as possible. It was just sort of a fluke that year that a lot of us all had the opportunity to go to EM1 and not as many EM2.
IF for Argentina, followed by LPSA Lebanon.
Roberto Chaile, IF Argentina. As I've been part of the auditing committee, I want to ask you if you already implemented our suggestion of giving a receipt of payment every time that the association paid to the IPSF. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Roberto. And thank you for your activity on the auditing committee in my past mandate. The issuing of receipts is definitely a very important aspect of the payment. Serves as a confirmation both for the payee and for the payer. Admittedly, I can be a bit forgetful about this. And this is something that the current auditing committee pointed out to me as well. So I take responsibility for that, and I'm going to implement in the guidelines specifically mandated time periods as to you have 1 week to issue a payment receipt or XYZ happens. Yes, thank you.
LPSA Lebanon.
Thank you, Roland LPSA Lebanon. I have a question about the countries and the step fees that were not paid, and they were supposed to be paid here. Did they get paid during the World Congress?
Thank you, Roland. That leads me to one of the other points that I had to bring up at the end. Most, if not all, have paid, but when we had the agenda point, memberships losing application, I incorrectly said that all memberships that were in jeopardy of losing membership had paid. All except for Afghanistan have, which means that AFPSF Afghanistan has lost membership with IPSF. The other members there, at least. Yeah, a couple payments have rolled in while I've been here at Congress, so I don't have consolidated records, but I believe right now it's just CACIF Brazil and NUL PSA Lesotho that are outstanding. Thank you.
Direct comment from LPSA Lebanon.
Roland LPSA Lebanon. Would we be able to see a updated report once we're done with the World Congress to see what countries are still in, what countries paid?
Yes, we can do that. I'm just going to write it down because otherwise I'll forget.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions or comments? I see no questions or comments, so I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. Motion 46 reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the financial report for 2016-2017. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. The IPSF Treasurer will now present the budget for 2017-2018. Mike has 3 minutes to present his motivation.
Thank you, Janet. I hope you've all had a chance to review the budget as it's presented in the GA folder. So just a couple of things. What we're focusing on here is going to be this column here and final column over here. Changes are highlighted from 2017 in yellow. For income, not a whole lot changed. I updated the fees, expected fees for full members and members in association after the approved members from last year's General Assembly, much like I'll be doing this year, or actually what my successor will be doing next year. I have added a field for GPP fees. Tentatively, I have it in as €500. I double checked with Petra if that was a reasonable amount. It may be much higher than that, it may be much lower. We're going to see how the project takes off. In terms of expenses, there were a few more changes in that. I reallocated a lot of the fields in travel reimbursements. So previously we had a lot of specific budgets for certain events. What I did, and they were quite small, so I eliminated those and reallocated them into the other executive travels. As well, I took and better defined the public health budget. Previously, it was just a budget that was classed as to be used for public health. So we didn't have good guidelines on how to use it. Now I've got it down as a United Nations travel fund, so it should be used for specific events like WHA, like EB meeting, and then there's a additional field in there for other events that fall under that umbrella. For that reason, WHA travel used to come out of other EXCO flights. It's now going to come out of that budget, so I allocated funds from other exec into the old public healthcare budget. So overall, the amount in that only changed very slightly. I just reallocated and changed around a bunch of it. Regional working group budgets went up slightly. This was mostly because I ended up with a surplus from increasing here, and I wanted to allocate it somewhere, so that worked out. Dialed back a bit on the physical publications, because once again, this year we were well below our projected expenditures. For projects and campaigns, I had a budget item in there for the World Congress of Public Health, which is a biennial, every 2-year event. We were planning to send a representative to there, so I had a budget item to cover their registration fee, but we didn't end up using it. So what I've done instead is I've added a field for partner.
I will have to cut you off there. Can I assess the GA to see whether you would like the Treasurer to continue with his? Yep.
So I added a budget item in there as partner event registrations. So that could be used for any of our official partners to cover like representatives of IPSF to go there, and we have a means of addressing that registration fee. Other change I have there that I actually forgot to highlight was merchandise. Slight increase there just to kind of basically increase our branding and merchandise supplies. And apart from that, just a slight increase in the contribution to the IPSF reserves. And that's pretty well it.
Thank you, Mike. So now I will open the floor for discussion. IPF Portugal, followed by KNPSV Netherlands.
IPF Portugal. My question is about travel expenses. If the president-elect position has the point of also assist the president in some meetings and representations, wouldn't it make sense to add a line of travel expenses specifically for the president-elect, also adding we have the president, the external relations, and maybe also add the president-elect?
Thank you for your question. So that is definitely a reasonable suggestion. I can incorporate that into an amended budget. Basically, if there are some changes you guys want me to make, I can do that, and then I can just sort of show it up again real quick, and we can go from there. Seems like a reasonable request, because that is the purpose of the president-elect role. I guess, show of emotion cards. Would we like to see a totally separate president-elect budget or an increase in the president's budget to be used shared between them? I guess green for new president-elect budget, red for bigger president budget to be used for both. Okay. That was mostly green for everybody who can't see. So I can do that.
Yeah. KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands, that was exactly my point, so drop it.
ANAP France. Oh, they have another one. KNPSV Netherlands, do you have another comment?
Seren KNPSV Netherlands. I read in the financial report of 2016 that IPSF has a lot of reserves and that you maybe wanted to invest in some way. Have you thought about implementing it in the budget, and have you thought about the best investment for the reserves?
Thank you for your question. So this was an agenda topic we had at EM3. This is a subject that has been on my mind because we're sort of approaching the point in our reserves where if a layperson were to look at it, and we're calling ourselves a non-profit organization, that looks a bit dicey. So I think there's got to be a better way that we can invest or use our resources. Currently, I'm not comfortable making those decisions unilaterally, obviously. So I'm making a recommendation in my handover to my successor to liaise very closely with our accountants who work and live in the Netherlands, who would be able to better advise and assist in formulating a plan to do that. Thank you.
ANAP France.
Antoine France. So thanks for your report, Mike. My question is still regarding the IPSF reserves. So column 10, column M, line 10. I just checked that you decreased the level of budget allocated to IPSF reserve for the budget 2018 compared to the budget 2016. I think this is something like 1,400 or yes, that's something like this. Can you clarify on this? Because I think that IPSF website took a lot of resources, so thank you in advance.
Yes, thank you for your question. I think I know what you mean here. So I have in the budget what was allocated at that time. The surplus at the end of the year typically gets allocated into the reserves. That just hasn't happened yet. So it sits sort of in the checking account. So it's still a liquid asset. It hasn't been put into the reserves physically yet. So yeah, thank you.
LPSA Lebanon.
Thank you, Roland, LPSA Lebanon. For the permanent officer, it was in 2016 2,500 euros. Why is it increased to 4,000?
Thank you for your question. So for a little bit of history, that budget item has changed a bit over the years. In the budget first given to me by Lawrence in 2015, the amount allocated for the permanent officer was 5,000. Partway through the mandate, it became clear to us that that was excessive for our purposes. We didn't have anyone in our mandate that was living there full time. Christian was acting permanent officer and basically just used the travel budget to go back and forth. So we obviously didn't need the whole amount. So partway through the mandate, I did a budget reallocation, took funds out of there so we could better use them. And in the next this current mandate, Lucas applied to be the permanent officer and would be living there in the flat. So it seemed more appropriate to bring the budget back up to where it was before. Thank you, Roland.
APF Portugal.
The Linhas APF Portugal. I also have another question about the interest of IPSF account. You also decreased this amount in 250 euros. Why these differences? It's line 37. Column A, incomes.
I do know this one. So in 2000, what year is it? Yeah, in 2016, we ran into a brick wall and had to change financial institutions. So we moved our finances from ABN AMRO, a Dutch bank in the Netherlands, to ING, which is still a Dutch bank, but they're in multinational. There was an issue moving over the registration. Previously, all the account holders, president and treasurer, up until that point had been European. And when myself and then President Dale from the United States tried to put our names in the account, they informed us that wasn't possible. So yeah, that was my face. So we basically switched financial institutions to be able to continue to operate. As a result of that, some of the fees and interest rates differed slightly. So that's a reflection of the interest rates of the new financial institution. Make sense?
IPF Portugal.
In the table
We have unfortunately reached 7 minutes of discussion time. So I will now move to voting. Comment from PPSA Poland.
Agata, PPSA Poland. Can we extend the time of discussion for another 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Seconded by IPF Portugal. All those against? Motion passed. IPF Portugal. Sorry, 1 second so we can set the times. 5 minutes. Yeah.
IPF Portugal. In the apartment expenses, in the water line, why is it negative in 2016?
Thank you. And that is sort of a unique instance, and I was asked this by one of the delegates from KMPSV. So the way they do the utilities in the Netherlands, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they take the average of usage for a certain time period and then just charge that same rate. And if there's a difference, you either have to either pay or get refunded. Now in 2015, we had Lawrence and Amber living in the flat full time, so they were there the entire time period. So we're using quite a bit of water. In 2016, like I spoke earlier, we had nobody in there except for Christian very occasionally. So the usage was basically zero. So most of what we paid, we got back.
LPSA Lebanon.
Rolled LPSA Lebanon. With the rent, has there been, since we've had the flat for a while, have there been any way of looking for other apartments that might be cheaper, that are still in good locations? Because it is a good location from what I remember, and it's in walking distance to the FIP.
Thank you for your question. We've done some investigation on this, not a great deal, but one of the possible methods of investment that we were speaking about earlier with the reserves that we have could potentially be real estate. If we were to go down that route, obviously that would negate the IPSF flat and save us some money there. But again, this is something that I would want to liaise very closely with the accountants on, and I would put that in my recommendations for my successor. Thank you, Roland.
Anna France.
Sid Anna France. Please, can we just have more explanations about the grant? Because between 2016 and 17, it's just decreasing by half. It's line 32 in the other side of, in column B, C, D, E.
Down here.
Thank you.
Oh, that one. Okay. Now, I believe that was a grant that was given to us from Wolters Kluwer. They were kind of in talks to be sponsor at the time. So we were in talks to create a sponsorship deal. So they presented us with some funds to utilize their app at our World Congress. And in return, our students were meant to give feedback on the app and kind of give them some data collection in that regard. Due to the poor internet availability in Zimbabwe, we weren't able to fulfill our section of the deal. So they paid the money ahead of time, but didn't end up renewing or finalizing the sponsorship. So that's why the funds are there in the previous mandate, but not in the next one. Thank you.
LPSA Lebanon.
Roland IPSA Lebanon. When I went to the flat, there was some students that were staying there and doing their some internship in Den Haag. I was wondering if you collect any money, rent money from them for being there in the flat, and if yes, then I don't see it in the budget.
So to answer your question, Roland, yes, we do collect rent from the students who stay in the flat. The only people who don't pay rent in the flat are the IPSF Executive Committee. It is actually listed there under flat income. Since it's not a guaranteed income, I don't count on it to make my bottom line. Like, for example, as came up before, in 2016, we didn't have any interns come in through there. 2017 was actually quite a busy year for the flat. It was a high traffic area. So we'll see a significant surplus there. In terms of a rate, we charge them, it's a little bit different now, but we updated the guidelines for the flat. €10 a night is kind of the standard. So €300 a month.
We have now reached the end of 5 minutes discussion time.
Since I have had a suggestion to make an amendment to this budget, I obviously can't propose it, but it might be a good idea to make a procedural motion to table the current motion, and then we can talk about it later. It will be rediscussed tomorrow.
Do I have a proposer? Proposed by IPF Portugal, seconded by KNPSV Netherlands, sorry. All those against? Motion passed unanimously. So the changes will be made and this will be rediscussed and re-voted upon tomorrow morning. So we will now move on to motion 48, which is the proposed annual basic membership fee for 2017-2018. To help explain this, Mike will have 3 minutes to present his motivation.
Hello again. So, can you flip over, Lucas? For those of you unaware, in the official documents, it states that the annual Okay, so yeah, to give some context, in the official documents it states that the annual or the basic fee of IPSF will be reviewed every year. For those of you unaware, the basic fee is what I use to calculate your membership fees off. Currently it is 27, and then we have multipliers added onto that based on membership size, as well as World Bank list of economy income factor for your country. So what I've got here is a very pretty spreadsheet that shows the ramifications for change, all these different situations. So what we've got here are, these columns are membership size as we go up, and the specific columns on the side there are whether they're MIAs or full members, and we can't actually make any of this out. Okay, so for example, you can see there's very little change for small membership organizations. So for those less than 200, they typically end up paying just the basic fee, because as stated in the official documents, if the calculation comes out to a number that's less than basic fee, we just charge the basic fee. And members in association pay 60%. So that's where those fees come from. As we move up in income factor, this is what's happening as we move down. So these are low-income countries, as classified by the World Bank list of economies. These are lower middle-income countries. So their fees do utilize the calculation. You can see a slight increase as we change the basic fee. And I've also got on here, currently we use 27. This would be the calculated fees. It was 26 and 28. Again, moving down, this is for an upper middle-income country and for a high-income country. You'll see at this point the fees max out, because as stipulated in the official documents, if the calculation comes out to a point where the number of members, or if it works out to more than €2 per member, the organization just ends up paying €2 per member. So in my example here, they have 150, so the most it would pay is 300. So moving along to the side here, this is for a larger member organization, same sort of allocation for World Bank economy listings. And you'll see there's not the maxing out that we see before, but just a steady increase. So the higher the income factor of your country, the more change you're likely to see, but it is the same proportion. This is for another step up in membership fee size, and another step up over here. I do have another tab here, which is basically budgetary ramifications of this change. So currently, these are the figures for 2017. Membership fees expected for our full members and members in association calculated using the basic fee of 27. If we were to go with 26, you can see them drop down a little bit, and going up slightly as we go up. So basically, the motion is just to look at this information and decide as the GA what we want to do with the basic fee. Do we want to keep it the same? Do we want to increase it slightly? Do we want to drop it back? For historical purposes, it hasn't been changed from 27 in quite a few years. My records show as far back as 2010, it's been 27. And I think it was changed up from somewhere in the mid-20s recently before that. And I guess for context, FIP tends to increase their fees by about 1% annually to account for inflation. Got it? So, as the motion reads, to accept the proposed basic membership fee, the proposed basic membership fee from the executive committee is 30. And that's it.
Thank you, Mike. I will now open the floor for discussion. LPSA Lebanon.
Thank you, Roland, LPSA Lebanon. This is just a comment. I do urge the GA not to increase these numbers because, as you can tell, there's a lot of associations that are being kicked out because they're not able to pay the fees. I'm talking about the small associations, and especially like this year, for example, some other associations are paying for others' fees, like in South America, so they can still be in here. And it does not make a difference that 1% increase for bigger associations, but it does make a difference for small associations and new ones to increase by that 1% like FIP does. So and besides, it does say in your report that we are financially good and we are not struggling as IPSFers.
Okay, I guess point of clarification. Let me go back here. My pretty little chart. Yeah, for clarification for what was just said, based on my calculations here, the smaller organizations tend to see the smallest increase in the basic fee. They do go up slightly, you're right. But like, for example, going up the maximum, they're still, like the smaller organizations are still just paying the basic fee, so it'd be an increase of €3 for them. But your point stands.
NAPS Australia.
Jessica, NAPS Australia. So from the budget, we obviously have a massive reserve, etc. So seem to be doing okay the way it is. So I'm just wondering, is the only reason exec wants to increase it by so much is because of inflation, or like what's the reasoning behind it?
Pretty much just from inflation and sort of adopting a standard from FIP. That was the main motivation from our end, yes.
KNPSV Netherlands. Are there any further questions or comments? SAPSF South Africa. Can you please raise your hand?
Amber from SAPS of South Africa. Everything increases with inflation, and I don't mind that we increase it, maybe not to 30, 28 perhaps, but it might be a big jump for the small associations, but I do think we should increase because every year we do pay other associations that we are part of. So if we don't increase as well, then it's coming out of our reserve. So we should increase, maybe by not a lot, but a little is better than nothing.
KNPSV Netherlands.
Angela, KNPSV Netherlands. I do agree that everything rises with inflation, but currently that's not the situation and we're good now. So maybe let's stick to the 27, and then if it will get a problem, then we can increase it.
Is that a proposal from KNPSV Netherlands to change it to 27? Yes?
For clarification, we're just trying to find quorum to see if we accept the amendment or not. We're not getting a consensus back here, so I'm just going to say that we can't accept it, but you are welcome to find a seconder yourself. It has been pointed out to me that the motion actually doesn't contain a number. It just says proposes or accepts and adopts the proposed annual basic membership fee. So if you're proposing 27, number should go in. So maybe if you would like to propose that as an amendment, proposed basic membership fee of 27.
Proposed by KNPSV Netherlands, seconded by NZAPSO New Zealand. All those against? Clarification from LPSA Lebanon.
Roland, LPSA Lebanon. I'm sure you already said that, but can you just tell me in 2016, 17, what was it exactly? What does it say? What did it say in 2016, 17 for that motion?
that what you meant?
I meant last year, what did that motion say? Like we adopt?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, we've kept it at 27 since 2010.
Okay, and it did not say 27 in there, or is that, do you know what I mean? Like, was it just?
Yes, please.
Clarification from AJ IPSF Executive.
AJ
Sorry,
IPSF.
before you begin, we have a technical from CPSA Croatia.
IPSA Croatia, it just said on there 27, not euro, dollars, or what? So.
Yep. Clarification from AJ IPSF Executive.
AJ IPSF Executive, we are supposed to, according to the official documents, go over this every year, and we have not for the past few years, so there is no motion from last year to go off of. But just for historical purposes, it's been 27 as the basic fee since 2010.
And with respect to the technical / comment from CPSA, it is specified in the official documents that the basic fee is, it represents the membership fee in euro.
Can we bring? So now we are voting on the amendment. So motion 48 now reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the proposed annual basic membership fee of 27 for 2017-2018. All those against? Sorry, before we go to voting, we're going to open the floor for discussion for the amendment. So this is the motion. I will now open the floor for discussion. We have LPSA Lebanon.
Roland LPSA Lebanon, I do believe that the word euro should be in there, because in a couple of years you never know what happens and how the tables turn, and someone looking back at this and be like, what did they use back then? And you never know if the official documents might change to something else besides euro. So.
Direct comment from KNPSV Netherlands.
Sharing KNPSV Netherlands, I don't think it should say euro because the official currency of IPSF is the official currency of the Netherlands and not euro. So if the currency of the Netherlands changes, we would have to change this all over again. And well, it isn't like in the official documents.
PPSA Poland.
Agata PPSA Poland. So just wanted to ask for a kind of clarification. So now we have a basic fee 27. So basically with this motion we are just staying at the very same thing, but it's going in 4 years. Okay, and then the proposal from executive committee before was 30. Okay, and it was, yeah, okay, thank you.
LPSA Lebanon. NAPSA Australia.
Jessica, NAPSA Australia. Personally, I want to say who cares to the euro thing, but I'd like to close the discussion.
Clarification from APF Portugal. There.
Tanias APF Portugal. Sorry again. If you could elaborate a little bit more, what we are voting about is to maintain the same amount for the basic fee. We are not changing anything.
Point of information, Michael IPSF Treasurer. Currently, we are voting on an amendment to the proposed annual basic membership fee to keep it the same as what it has been. So we're adopting the membership fee, which we're supposed to do every year, but we just haven't the last couple of years, to be the same as what it was before?
It has always been 27. It was proposed to go to 30, but it wasn't written in the motion. Now the motion has clarified that it is staying the same at 27, and that is what we're voting upon now. That's perfect. Okay, so now we have reached 5. Do we have any further questions or comments? If not, I will close the floor for discussion, and we will vote upon the amendment, so what is written on the screen. So motion 48 now reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the proposed annual basic membership fee of 27 for 2017-2018. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed. Sorry, so the amendment has passed, so now we're going to vote on the motion 48 itself, the motion itself. So this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the proposed annual basic membership fee of 27 for 2017-2018. All those against? No. I will open the floor for discussion. I will now close the floor for discussion and we'll proceed to voting. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed. We will now move on to motion 50, which is the final financial report of the 62nd IPSF World Congress. The report is already in the Congress folder, General Assembly folder. We have Cello available to answer any questions. So with that said, I will now open the floor for discussion. Clarification from IPF Portugal.
Raquel IPF Portugal, can you please clarify where is the document?
It's in the folder named World Congress Reports and Bids, and then another folder called 62nd World Congress Zimbabwe Financials. Everyone has access to this report? Can I get green emotion cards for yes, red for no? Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Annette France?
Antoine France, so on the final budget, and we already discussed this issue last year in Zimbabwe, I can see in the conference printing and stationery, laptop and phone purchase for 348 euros. So does this material have been given back to IPSF to serve maybe for another IPSF events? Thank you.
Now forward this question to the chairperson. Point of information from Mike, IPSF Treasurer.
Point of information, this did come up in their budget last year when it was presented on-site in Zimbabwe, and we had a bit of discussion about it. After the fact, it was decided that although it should go to the EXCO, we gifted it to ZPSA because logistically it didn't make sense for us to take it back to the Netherlands and haul it around. Our own computers typically work better. So it was the executive's decision to leave it with ZPSA.
Are there any further questions or comments? If not, I will now close the floor for discussion, and we will now proceed to voting. Motion 50 reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the final financial report of the 62nd IPSF World Congress. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously. I will now hand the chair to AJ.
Okay. At this time, I would like to assess the GA about revisiting the budget. Michael has it all fixed, so can I get some emotion cards as to whether you would like to still table it till tomorrow or just go ahead and discuss the changes today? So green if you want to talk about it now, red if you want to keep it till tomorrow. Okay. So in that case, we will bring back to the table for discussion Motion 47. This, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the IPSF Budget 2017-2018. And I will now give the floor to Michael, IPSF Treasurer.
Thank you very much. Michael, IPSF Treasurer. I have made some adjustments with the suggestion that was made. It was actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. I have basically added a budget item under travel expenses, 1,000 euro for President-elect. And that surplus I was talking about that I allocated into the regional offices, I have basically taken it from there. Sorry, Brian. So yeah, that was the only change I had to make to get it to balance. Otherwise, everything else remains unchanged. Total amount for 2018 is still 75,000 euro.
All right, I will now open the floor for discussion. IPF Portugal?
PKLPF Portugal, why taking it from the regional offices and not the other executive flights?
Thank you for that question. So as discussed during the original presentation, I reallocated other executive flights into like public health or United Nations travel budget, the WHA and all that. I figured since President-elect is a new position where there are newer, like novel travel opportunities, that reducing the funds availability for the other EXCO might limit their ability to engage in opportunities we already have at our disposal. Does that make sense? And when I originally created the draft for 2018, when I accounted for the income from new members and reallocated some things, I had a surplus already. And just for the sake of generosity, I put it in the regional offices to kind of stimulate them a bit. I figured since that was a surplus from the beginning, that might be the best place to reallocate some funds, if that makes sense. Thank you.
I will now pass the chair back to Janet.
Are there any further questions or comments? IPST Iraq?
Brahim Mouyes, IPST Iraq. I would like to elaborate more on the partnership for the external income, because it's custom to mention which partnership, and especially if they are like a long-term partnership, with their how much will they come? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The budget item specified as partnership, that 4,500 euro comes directly from FIP, and that is an existing memorandum of understanding between us. They allocate funds to us to basically support the Federation.
Are there any further questions or comments? If not, I will now close the floor for discussion and we will proceed to voting. Motion 47 reads, this, the 63rd IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the IPSF budget for 2017-2018. All those against? Any abstentions? Motion passed unanimously.
Michael, IPSF Treasurer. As this is the final agenda item I have to address you guys, I just want to say thank you. I'm about to end my mandate. It's been a really long 2 years, but this has been just an amazing opportunity for me, and I'm so glad that I chose to run for treasurer in India. I had some hesitations at the time, but it's been great. Thanks.
Because we need to be out of this hall by 5 o'clock, we will end the GA session for today. So can I please have a proposer and a seconder? Well, you're all on top of your game. Proposed by PPSA Poland, seconded by NZAPSO New Zealand. All those against? Any abstention? No abstentions. So motion passed. So with that, I will now hand the microphone to AJ for the roll call.
SEPA Algeria, IFRA Argentina, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to IFRA Argentina, NAPSA Australia, AFIP Austria, SAFPU Bosnia and Herzegovina, CPSA Croatia, ARMSA Armenia delegated to CPSA Croatia, EMU PSS Cyprus, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, KPSS Kuwait delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, TUPS Estonia delegated to FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, PANS Nigeria delegated to ANEP France, HUPSA Hungary, ISMA Farsi Indonesia, IFSA Iran, IPST Iraq, ADAFARM Ivory Coast, TAPSA Tanzania delegated to ADAFARM Ivory Coast, APS Japan, JPSA Jordan, LPSA Lebanon, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, and ZAPSO New Zealand, PPSA Poland, OPEF Portugal, FASFA Romania delegated to OPEF Portugal, KNAPS Republic of Korea, RPSA Rwanda, GPSA Ghana delegated to RPSA Rwanda, NAPSR Serbia, NUSPS Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHISA Slovenia, SAPS of South Africa, SPSF Sudan, QVIS Qatar delegated SPSF Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA UK, APHA ASP USA, CAPSI Canada delegated to APHA ASP USA, ZPSA Zimbabwe, KIFSA Kenya delegated to ZPSA Zimbabwe.
We have a few announcements, so can you please just stay seated for the time being?
Ladies and gentlemen, just a few housekeeping rules. Can you please clean after yourselves for today? That'd be great. Make sure you return those spare keys. People are hunting down. We have to be naming and shaming tonight if you don't bring the keys back. I think it's the Korean barbecue event tonight. Just follow the RC and how we're going to do it. There's an allocated spot behind your ticket of which table you'll be sitting on. And I hope you all have a good night. We'll try, me and Lucas, to provide the alcohol again tonight. Anything else you'd like to say?
Thank you for those who collaborated with the Twitter. Don't forget using the hashtag. It will be running from here to the end of the GA. And then you can appear there in the screen. Okay, so hashtag 63rd IPSF GA. Thank you.
Announcement from me, can the HLM Nominations Committee please come to the front so we can discuss some things? Thank you.
I have one last announcement, sorry. So tomorrow for the GA session, we probably will be finishing up tomorrow, so please make sure you read through everything else that's left on the agenda, which includes the reports for the 64th World Congress, the bids for World Congress 2019, the proposed changes to the official documents, the memorandums of understanding, and the IPSF strategic plan, so it can all be ready for tomorrow. And you talking about the proposed changes? Okay. Clarification from AJ?
Clarification, the elections for second round will occur, if we finish tomorrow, they will still occur in the morning session on the 9th. So do be aware that we will be doing elections on the 9th because, and the call for second round has already gone out, so share it as much as you want. Those will be due by midnight tomorrow, this time zone, so it's 4 p.m. GMT plus 0. All those applications are due. Thanks.